you. We will call the City Council meeting to order at 5:06 p.m. Madam City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kaji?
Here.
Councilmember Lewis?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Chen is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Sheikh?
Present. Okay. Madam Clerk, are you going to say a few things or no? Okay. The City Council will now recess to closed session to confer with the City Manager and City Attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, 14B, Conference with Labor Negotiator, 14C, Real Property, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, 14D, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, and 14E and 14F, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957B1, 54957(6), 54956(8), 54956(9)(D1), 54956(9)(D2), and 54956(9)(D4. Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I could just add one statement to 14E. It is based on a letter that the city received that was addressed to myself on September 8th, 2023, from the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, the General Aviation Manufacturers Association, the Helicopter Association International, National Business Aviation Association, and the National Air Transportation Association. A copy of that letter is attached to 9G as attachment C.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Okay, we go to closed session now. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. There's no actions to report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now reconvene our City Council meeting, and I'd like to welcome everyone joining us today in the City Council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Thank you for your participation. For item 2, flag salute and invocation, if there's anyone in the audience who is a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we can recognize you. Okay, for flag salute, Councilwoman Kalani, and non-secretary invocation, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please join me as we pay tribute to our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the invocation. Dear Lord, as we gather here tonight, we thank you for each mind and heart that is assembled and present tonight. Enable us to draw upon the wisdom and the experience of yesterday as we respond to the questions and concerns of tomorrow. Let us pray for tolerance, that we can move carefully and thoughtfully, listen to alternative points of view so that we may find collective solutions that benefit all people of Torrance. Let us pray for the help and happiness of our collective community as we gather. We ask for your guidance and grace. Amen.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani and Councilwoman Lewis. I'll take a motion to waive further reading on resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Chen absent.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Adam Chaparro, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9C, community development and finance. Discuss and consider adopting ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code allowing charitable gambling and adopt California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption. 9F from City Clerk, adopt resolutions calling 2024 general municipal election on March 5th, 2024. And then item 9G, City Manager and City Attorney, City Council consideration of a ban on touch and goes at Torrance Municipal Airport, Zamperoni Field. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chaparro. Okay, item 5, council committee meetings and announcements, and I will start. Tonight, the city of Torrance recognizes the Great California Shakeout, the largest earthquake exercise in the world, taking place this Thursday on October 19th at 10:19 a.m. Major earthquakes pose a particular significant and ongoing threat to the entire community. The city has a responsibility to promote a culture of emergency preparedness internally as well as with the public, and to plan appropriately for earthquake-related disasters. Community resiliency to earthquakes and other disasters depends on the preparedness levels of all stakeholders in the community. No community is immune from natural hazards, whether it be earthquake, wildfire, flood, winter storms, drought, heat wave, or dam failure. The city of Torrance recognizes the importance of enhancing its ability to withstand natural hazards as well as the importance of reducing human sufferings. Property damage, interruption of public services, and economic losses caused by these hazards. By participating in the Great California Shakeout on October 19, 2023, The City of Torrance has the opportunity to join and support all Californians in strengthening community and regional resiliency. Residents are encouraged to participate by registering at www.shakeout.org/California. This Thursday, October 19th, remember to drop, cover, and hold on at 10:19 a.m. Thank you. City Clerk, Madam Clerk, Robert.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next City of Torrance general municipal election will be on March 5th, 2024. Residents who live in City Council Districts 2, 4, and 6 will be eligible to vote for the council member in their district. The City Clerk's election webpage has been updated with the candidate intentions filed with the City Clerk's office so far. If you are interested in or considering running for office, please contact the City Clerk's office to make an appointment to discuss and receive a preliminary packet with information on running for office. The nomination period opens by appointment only on Monday, November 13th, and will end on Friday, December 8th. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is item 6, Community Matters. Item 6A. We are pleased to be able to have the Order Sons of Italy in attendance this evening. At this time, the City Council would like to recite the proclamation for Italian American Heritage Month for the month of October 2023. Council members, please read the proclamation. Councilman Kaji.
Whereas Torrance's Italian-American community has contributed greatly to the cultural fabric and demographic landscape of this diverse city since its earliest days, and
Whereas during Italian American Heritage Month, the rich heritage of Americans of Italian descent is recognized and their immeasurable contributions to the nation are celebrated. And
whereas every year the President of the United States signs an executive order designating the month of October as National Italian American Heritage Month. The proclamation is in recognition of the many achievements, contributions, and successes of Americans of Italian descent, as well as Italians in America. And
whereas for generations, Italians and Italian Americans have played an integral role in the story of Los Angeles. Today, the greater Los Angeles region is home to the 5th largest Italian population in the country. And
whereas, including the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and America, which has held a local presence in Torrance for over 73 years, and is a national organization of men and women who represent the estimated 26 million Americans of Italian heritage, dedicated to promoting the culture, traditions, language, legacy of ancestors, and contributions to the United States and the world during the month of October and throughout the year.
Thank you all. At this point, I'd like to invite the members of the Order Sons of Italy to come for a photo opportunity with the council. Councilman Tucci, are you going to read the
yes, to receive the, thank you, Mayor. I have from the Sons of Italy Centinela Valley Lodge, we have the Lodge President Steve Guthrie, Annette Porter, and John and Italia Barbera. From Little Italy of Los Angeles Association, we have Anna Manunza and John Bagakis. And Carmela Funicello. Oh, the Funicello family is here too. Great. Awesome. Oh, absolutely.
Yes, I'm gonna sit right here. First we take a picture, then. Stay right there. That after the picture. Now therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem, on behalf of Mayor George Chen, as the Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of October 23 as Italian American Heritage Month in the City of Torrance, and encourage the community to support this month in honor of the Italian American heritage and culture. Signed this 17th day of October 2023. Now we're going to take second picture, before and after. Thank you and congratulations again. Moving on to consent calendar. Okay. I want to avoid that. Okay. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Rolfe M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or request posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cellular phone when you come to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Did anyone sign up for the oral communication number 1? Madam
Yes,
Clerk?
Your Honor. James Henry.
I would like to talk about agenda item 8B, funding the Rose Float Association 2024 for $125,000 out of the general fund. I have a handout. Does the Torrance Rose Float Association, or TRFA, file a financial report or financial statement? It should be duly noted that our sister city, Torrance Sister City, files a financial report every year. It should be also noted that the TRFA receives contributions from various sources, and those contributions should be accounted for before approving $125,000 from the general fund for this agenda item. My question.
Mr. Henry, your time is up. Thank you so much.
Laura McMarron.
Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. On behalf of the Torrance Rose Float Association, I'd like to share some positive information about riding on the 2024 float. The float has 8 seats, some of which are already claimed. In addition to riding on the float, riders participate in Judging Day. They are the first to see Fiesta's finished floats and the float performances. Last year, country singer Lainey Wilson performed a mini concert. And as a bonus, float riders received tickets to officials' nights. This experience is a fundraiser for the association in support of the float. Opportunities to ride the Rose Parade float are scarce, making the value worth so much more. Seats are first come, first serve. If interested, please leave a message, 310-618-2425.
Bev Finley.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm here to talk about, we have some Restaurants for Roses coming up, which help fund our food and stuff for all of our workers up at the parade. And I also wanted to let you know that this Thursday is our general meeting where we're going to have it for the decorators can come and sign up to decorate our beautiful float. If you're really interested, it's a great opportunity to come and find out about decorating. For those that have done it, come back year after year. We really look forward to seeing you there. One of the fundraisers we are doing this month is also, we have a deal going on at Krispy Kreme. So you might want to check our website and get the information on that, because if you buy a dozen donuts from Krispy Kreme, we get 50% of that money. So this is a very good fundraiser for us. Thank you so much.
Next one, we have Alvin Takamori, please.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'd like to address the issue of the telecommunications facility at 2124 Redondo Beach Boulevard. For those of you who voted against my appeal at the last meeting, I'd hope you would reconsider your votes for a number of reasons, but in particular on Municipal Code Division 9 regarding land use, Article 39, wireless telecommunications facilities, .040 on height and location. The applicant should be required to show A, that a higher priority location is not feasible, B, that the facility is necessary to provide service, and that C, a lack of facility would result in prohibition. And the submitted code also states that at its discretion, the city may engage an outside technical consultant to verify that information and support the applicant's contentions. And I would like the city to consider doing that before finalizing their decision on this matter. Thank you very much.
Ortiz.
Yeah, my name is David Ortiz from District 2, and I can understand you still guys haven't decided to give us 2 minutes instead of 1 stinking minute to talk, but that's okay. My speech is to my district representative, who I never see, who never comes by, who I don't, and the mayor, which he's not here, and he's in my district. So this, when I'm talking to you guys right now, I'm talking to them. I could care less about you other district people because you're not in my district. But you are, and I never see you, I never hear from you. There's things that you got to look at. You never drive around or anything like that, or say hi. The mayor neither. For two people that live in a district, two, the mayor and you guys don't do nothing. You guys really don't. So we got a lot of problems out there, that little problems that you guys could fix, but you're not there. So, like this part, giving us 2 minutes, at least talking to there about having the districts, you guys giving us 2 minutes instead of 1 stinking minute. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Lewis, you'd like to respond on that?
Yes, if I can get that gentleman's information, I can follow up.
Mr. Ortiz, please give your information to the staff and we'll follow up.
City
Thank you.
clerk is fine.
Thank you. Next one is Carol.
Carol Gillis.
Hi, same person, different hat tonight. I want to remind you that it's fun to work on the float, but it's also fun to go to the parade. And through the Torrance Rose Float Association, we actually have a bus that will take you up to the parade route. You get grandstand seats, you get a program, you get a water bottle, and you're there on the camera side, so you get to see the best of the parade. And if not, if you want to be in the parade like I was, that's an even better shot. But this way you get to see all the floats going by and you wave to say, hi Torrance, hi Torrance. So come on together. Tickets are $150. Here are some flyers for the city council. But you can go to our website, torrancerosefloat.org, and just join us. Thank you.
Danielle Johnson.
Greetings, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. There's a major Torrance Art Museum event featuring Tris, Nomad 2, and Odyssey on Saturday and Sunday, the 28th and 29th of October, from noon to 6 p.m. at the Delamo Crossing. There's a preview for TAMA members and other invited VIPs only on Friday, October 27th, from 4 to 6 p.m. Tris, the world's largest international contemporary art fair for artist-run initiatives, serves as an alternative to established commercial art fairs. Nomad 2 is a non-commercial exhibition that showcases the diverse and dynamic talents of Southern California artists via sculpture, installation, and performances. Come enjoy the art, DJs, sound art performances, refreshments, and a live panel discussion. To support the museum and these and other endeavors, go to the third floor and visit Odyssey. For $100, you can own a work by an artist. To support the museum and become a TAMA member, go to tamadvocates.com. For more information about the museum, visit torranceartmuseum.com. Thank you and good night.
Richard Seals.
I'm here about the landing fees tonight. Is this the right time to be called up? Okay.
No,
then
it's
I'll
not.
continue.
Thank you.
Marianne.
Yet again, I'm here to demand a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. When I look at the money that's being spent on attorneys, that's in the agenda this evening, I have to wonder what's in there that's paying for legal fees around Torrance PD misbehavior. And I just generally speaking, it is an outrage that, where's my clock? It is really important that there is transparency around this. People have said that, you have said, well, people can come in here. And when you come in here, where does the tracking of that complaint go? Where is the oversight? Where is the transparency, right? And so when you don't give people a place to come in and lodge their complaints and their concerns, that is an egregious default on your part, and it's just irresponsible, and it's fiscally irresponsible to continue to let these things happen over and over again, and for these lawsuits to just keep going through. Independent Civilian Oversight Commission today.
Audrey.
Yes, I'm here once again to support Black Lives Matter demand. It's rational, reasonable demand for an oversight a civilian oversight commission with the emphasis on civilian. I'm thinking about what's on the agenda about gambling, and I'm thinking that Torrance City Council is gambling as long as it refuses to protect itself, if nothing less, by having the Civilian Oversight Commission. Just like black and brown people are gambling every single time they cross the border into Torrance, where the police run roughshod over people's civil rights in a very brutal way. I yield the rest of my time.
We have 1 more minute to go. Anyone else signed up, Madam Clerk? Please.
No one else signed up prior to the start of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I got lucky. I was practicing 3 weeks to have a speech because I was going to talk to Mr. Chan because he kicked me out of the last meeting. I think it was illegal because I was talking about the general budget plan and the general plan, and I think the airplanes and the Sling Pilot Academy is in there. And as soon as I said Sling Pilot Academy, I was kicked out. I was going to talk about Mr. Chan's lack of knowledge how to run a city council meeting, the rights of the citizens, the rights of the residents, and not to rule this like a dictator, because we're still a democracy, okay? And I talk to him next time. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, everyone's participation. Moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Mayor Chen absent.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative matters.
Your Honor, I'll take 9A. This is Patrick Sullivan, the city attorney. This is a recommendation of the city attorney that the city council appropriate $1.5 million from the airport fund balance from its 2023-2024 operating budget and approve a Fifth Amendment to the agreement with Rattan and Tucker regarding the 2020 Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board order and the High Street litigation. So that puts a new not-to-exceed amount of $4.315 million. And just for the council's knowledge, since 2019, we've been reimbursed a little over $1.811 million from insurance companies for this litigation and water board matter.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Do any members of the public wish to speak on item 9A?
Hello, I wish to speak. I'm gonna stick to the subject so I don't get kicked out. The city of Torrance have this $4 million now for lawyers with the water company or whatever, and thank God for the insurance companies helping us to repay it. And by the way, how much we paying for the insurance company? How much we paying for the insurance company? It was very nice for Mr. Sullivan to mention that the insurance companies paid back, but we pay the insurance companies millions of dollars. And you're pulling out this money from the airport funds. I thought sling flying so much and making business to the city, we should have money. But no, we're taking out of the airport funds, buying Torrance Theater Company, and now we're paying for lawyers. Hello?
Anyone else from the public wishes to speak on 9A?
Good evening, Your Honorable Body. I've noticed that some people don't really understand that Torrance Airport is a blue chip income generating asset for our city. Some even think that rich pilots get to fly around for free, and it's the exact opposite. Going way back, our airport's revenue was designed as a steady income stream to the city through good times and bad, recessions and COVID. Even during the recent crash of retail and car sales tax revenue, the airport continued to fully produce.
Excuse me, ma'am. This is not anything that's not on the agenda. What you're talking about, we will have an agenda item on it.
I'm sorry, but I wanted to comment on
This-
the item, on this very item.
For 9A?
Yes.
But you're not commenting on 9A.
Okay, I am actually. That's the reason I came up.
Okay.
Let me just get back to that. By code, after airport maintenance, income from the airport fund is transferred to the general fund, as we see tonight in item 9A. So that's how this is being paid for, and I would hope that some people would understand that we really contribute to the city of Torrance, and it's a good thing. That was my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishes to speak on item agenda 9A? Okay, I see none. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of city attorney.
Comment.
Okay, yes, Councilman. Go ahead, Mike Griffiths.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask staff if they could comment as to why this is coming out of the airport fund for the public's benefit.
Yes, Councilman, City Attorney Patrick Sullivan. This is a contamination issue that occurred at the airport along Sky Park and Crenshaw. So since it involves the airport, that's where it comes from. And the insurance that's paying from it are insurance policies from the 50s and 60s. So not current insurance policies.
And so the contamination is on airport land, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council wishes to speak? I see none. I'll take a motion. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a question for our finance director, and I don't know if you have this right off the top of your head. Looking at the sources of revenue for the airport fund, what are the sources of the majority of the revenue for the fund?
The sources of the majority of the revenue are from land leases from what we call commonly outside the fence. So $10 million of land lease revenue is actually transferred to the general fund. The revenue that remains in the airport fund is the revenue that's generated from tie downs and hangar rental.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll pause. Any other council members would like to ask any question for the staff? Okay, I see none. At this time, I'll take a motion.
I move to approve item 9A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously with Mayor Chen absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9B is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt resolutions implementing changes relating to employer-paid member contributions to the California Public Employees Retirement System for Torrance Firefighters Association and Fire Safety Management. To comply with California Code of Regulations, Section 569 regarding employer-paid contributions, or EPMC, CalPERS requires that EPMC must be authorized in a written labor agreement, which specifically provides for the normal member contributions to CalPERS be paid by the employer and reported as additional compensation. The resolutions, including in this item, memorialize those agreements. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, are there any questions for the staff from the council? Okay, I see none. I'll take it to the public. Any comments from the public on item 9B?
This is Andy Porchop again. It says expenditure none, so you're going to pay more money to the CalPERS funds, and it's expenditure none. And what happened to our $350 million loan you took out? What you call that? Bonds, the bonds to save this thing, to pay this up. And now they're paying more, so we have to pay more CalPERS. They're paying more CalPERS. CalPERS is ruining the city. CalPERS ruining California and America. CalPERS, but the people, the citizens don't get. Only the city and government official gets it. Early retirement, big paycheck, and then you keep voting on it, voting on it, voting on it. Higher and higher, we pay more and get less.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on item 9B? Okay, if not, I'll take it back to the council. Any council members wishes to speak on this item? I see none. I have Councilwoman Lewis.
Do we need a number and title?
Yes, we do.
Your Honor, the first is resolution number 2023-95, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2022-139, implementing Government Code Section 20636, C4 pursuant to Section 20691, relating to employer-paid member contributions to Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS for Torrance Firefighters Association, TFFA, effective March 8th, 2011. The second is resolution number 2023-96, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-84, implementing Government Code Section 20636C4 pursuant to Section 20691, relating to employer-paid member contributions to Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS for Fire Safety Management, effective March 8th, 2011. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve resolutions 2023-95 and 2023-96.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Chen absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9C from the Community Development Director and Finance Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before your honorable body is the introduction of an ordinance to authorize, license, and regulate charitable bingo games and charitable casino fundraisers in accordance with state law. All other types of gambling would remain prohibited in the city. The Torrance Municipal Code currently prohibits bingo games and casino events under its broad prohibition of gambling with no exemption for charitable fundraisers. At the City Council meeting of February 28, 2023, staff were directed to return with a draft ordinance that would amend the municipal code to allow casino-type charitable fundraisers consistent with state law. In drafting the ordinance, staff also included bingo games, which are not currently mentioned or addressed in the municipal code, since bingo games are a popular form of fundraising among schools, churches, and social clubs. The purpose and intent of the proposed ordinance is to establish administrative procedures for the approval or denial of charitable gambling licenses, delegates the administrative authority to the finance director, and delegates the appeal of denials to the license board and city council. The proposed ordinance would also establish that all profits must be used only for charitable purposes. If approved, a bingo license would be treated in the same manner as a business license, meaning it would be good for the entire calendar year and need to be renewed annually, while a charitable casino fundraiser would only be allowed by a nonprofit entity one time per calendar year for no longer than 5 consecutive hours as outlined in the California Business and Professional Code. Under both types of charitable gambling, no license tax would be charged to the nonprofit charitable organization per the city's master fee schedule. Instead, there would be an application review fee of $50. It is recommended that the City Council discuss and consider an ordinance pertaining to charitable gambling, adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code, adopt a CEQA exemption, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. That concludes staff's presentation. Both the finance director and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilman Matucci. Do you have a question?
Mataki?
Yes.
I've been called worse.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Protem. Just wanted to reassure the public that we're not building the Caesar's Palace of Torrance. So this is strictly for fundraising purposes and for organizations that will use those funds for public benefit, such as the Kiwanis Club International, of Torrance, which approached me, I think it was probably a year and a half ago or so, and asked me to bring back this item, and luckily we got concurrence here to bring it back and hopefully approve this. Kiwanis has a annual poker tournament, and they raise money at those tournaments, and that money is used for scholarships for students that are actually from our schools, our own schools. So it is definitely to benefit the public. They used to go to the Alpine Village to do it. Obviously that's no longer available, so I think the last one was in San Pedro. So it's really a shame that we're renting out facilities outside of the city to do fundraisers to benefit here in Torrance. So I really do hope we get this approved, make those amendments to our city ordinances to allow this, and I say this again, that this is not about casino gambling and big casino buildings being propped up. But for clarification, this puts limitations, correct? Maybe Michelle and Ms. Ramirez, if you can reiterate the fact that this ordinance will not allow a big casino card club to come into Torrance and apply to open up a casino.
Your Honorable Mayor, Council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, that is correct. You do have to be a nonprofit as defined by the state of California. As far as the bingo goes, that is regulated under California Penal Code. And as far as the casino fundraisers, that's regulated by the Business and Professional Code, which the ordinances outline both codes within it.
Okay, so hypothetically, could a nonprofit operate every day, doing these events every day?
For the casino fundraiser, no. As stated, they could only do it one time a year for a maximum 5 hours.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths, please.
Yes, thank you. Question I got from the public on this item was specifically in regards to casino games. They were under the belief of reading the item that they wouldn't be able to sell chips for the casino games, and I wanted to get some clarification on that. If you can't sell chips, how do you make any money for your organization? And maybe they're misunderstanding the item.
If I may, the way the Business and Professional Code reads is that you can't exchange money for chips. You can give donations, and the organization who's putting this on can give chips, but it's not necessarily related to that exchange of money that you're receiving. So it'd be however that casino sets it up. They would come in and say anybody who comes in, they get so many chips. But you're not paying money specifically.
So there's not a dollar value associated
Correct.
to the
There's
chips.
no dollar value for those chips.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to clarify from staff. Thank you so much.
Anyone else from the council? I see none. Let's take it to the public. Anyone from the public wishes to speak in this item?
Hi, this is Porchap again. Believe it or not, I'm for this one. Because as you can see, the California lottery saved our school system. So go ahead, have lottery, have bingo, have everything. And only one request from me, exotic dancers on the side. And I was an exotic dancer. My name was Stretch Marks. And I could contribute for free because nothing is better than raising money in Torrance with gambling. It doesn't matter if you smoke a small cigarette or smoke a cigar like Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's no problem. That's no problem. Real gambling is good. Yes, 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 yes.
Anyone else wishes to speak on this item?
On this, if we decide with the Rose Float Association to have a fundraiser for bingo night, we can charge $50 at access to the bingo night. And then at that point, we'll provide them so many cards, so many things, and at the end of the night, we will exchange and maybe give them gifts. They won't be getting money from us because they have to pay for entry. So somewhere in the way it's written up, it doesn't sound like that. And I want to get clear that if it's a casino night, there's basically an entry fee or a donation fee, whatever we want to call it. I understand it doesn't mean that we're actually paying for something, but we're paying for the privilege of being there. So, thank you.
Would you like to respond, Michelle?
Absolutely. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. For whether it's a bingo or the charitable fundraiser, as outlined in the ordinance, no admission fee, purchase, or donation shall be required for entry. So they may not charge that.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishes to speak on this item, item 9C? If you need more clarity, you can go ahead and send email. We can provide you more details. Thank you. Once again, anyone else from the public wishes to speak on 9C? I see none. I have a couple of questions on that as well, Michelle. Did we audit or did we survey any of the neighboring cities? How do they conduct these kind of operations?
Your Honorable Mayor, I actually reviewed other ordinances to ensure that we were following the same type of ordinance as not only what the state outlines, but what other jurisdictions are doing. I don't have a list in front of me, but yes, that was part of the research that was done.
Okay. And as far as the 501c nonprofit organizations, are we requiring some kind of audit how they are going to run this gambling within the city or anything?
Yes,
just to make sure.
The ordinance outlines what needs to be submitted to the city.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, let me, at this point, motion to close public hearing, please. There's no public, okay. Okay, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. While we're here, we have several people in the audience that I know have questions about how money would be raised if they wanted to sponsor a bingo game or something that is within the ordinance. There was a great analysis of it in the staff report, but if we could just reiterate again how that would work.
So whether it's a bingo game or a charitable fundraiser, while donations can be asked for, they cannot be required in order to participate in either event.
Perfect. And then so if we're doing a bingo card, for instance, how would I pay for that card? So if I want to get 100 bingo cards because I'm feeling lucky, how would I make that transaction with the 501c3?
Give me just a second and I can see the ordinance.
I think if I recall correctly, it was, yes, in the analysis. perhaps page 15.
Page 15 is for the charitable gambling, is for the charitable fundraisers. Is that what you're referring to?
Right. So 15D.
Page 15, oh, at the top. Gotcha.
Depending on how it's. So if I am going to a bingo game, how would I purchase the cards and still maintain compliance with the ordinance?
So as long as you're giving a donation for the bingo games, then you can get the cards.
So the donation would get me the cards.
The donation can get you a card.
And a donation can also get me a chip.
No.
So
the casino fundraisers is different.
Right, so that's what I want to make sure that we clarify, because
yes.
I understand
you can actually get a donation to get a card, but for the casino fundraiser, you actually do not have to give any money in order to play in those games by law.
The distinction is you can't make the chips money.
Yes.
So if the chips are worth money that you can buy more of, you've turned it into actual gambling, which is illegal. But
So-
you can have I guess an entry fee or something. I don't know. I haven't.
No, you may not.
Okay, so there has to be.
Wait, let me add on there before all three of you answer at the same time, which I appreciate. At the end, if we play this casino games, right, and there is a prize, that's still going to be of monetary value, is it not? I'm sorry, I think the city manager was gonna go first.
It can't be monetary because then it's gambling again. It can be a prize given out like a drawing, but it can't be related to money.
Can you go specifically into the prize, like a drawing?
So you could have like a drawing for it, everyone gets a free ticket as they walk in, and then there's a drawing, but otherwise you're turning it into if you turn it into the most chips, you turn it back into gambling.
Okay, so in the permit process, we need to make it crystal clear to the organizations about what is allowed and what isn't. So there's no ambiguity in what is and is not allowed.
Yeah, and if I may, for the casinos, it's actually under section 45.18.280J, where it actually says no chips or script may be redeemed for cash, but may be exchanged for drawing tickets. All prizes or merchandise must be awarded by means of a raffle or similar lottery, and no single prize shall exceed $2,500 in fair market value, and the total fair market value of prizes awarded at one charitable casino fundraiser shall not exceed $5,000. So that is outlined in the ordinance.
Right, but if we can do like a fact sheet?
We will actually do that if this passes.
Perfect, because I know I wouldn't want to read the entire ordinance, so if you can make it clear to me, that would be fantastic. And then one more thing, going back to the games, that if you have a game going, it's got to be completed by midnight.
I'm sorry?
If you have a bingo game going, it has to be completed before midnight.
That is correct. And also, you can only have three days of bingos out of the 7. It's only allowed 3 days a week out of the week.
Yeah, I read that. I just wanted to make sure that would go in the fact sheet as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and I think, the number of hours are listed in the ordinance as well. I see it, K, and then we have K and L. Thank you. Can I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3924, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending section 31.7.3, approval of License Review Board of Chapter 1 of Article 7 of Division 3 and Article 5 entitled Exhibitions, Contests, Amusement, and Gambling Devices of Chapter 5 of Division 4, and adding Article 18 entitled Charitable Gambling to Chapter 5 of Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code.
Move to adopt ordinance number 3924.
And would that include to approve the ordinance summary?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Mayor Chen absent.
Thank you. Item 9D from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Jamie Lay again with the City Manager's Office. Item 9D is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve side letter agreements regarding use of sick time between management and 1, Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, 2, Engineers Association and Torrance Fiscal Employees Association, 3, Torrance City Employees Association, 4, Torrance Firefighters Association, 5, Torrance Library Employees Association, 6, Torrance Professional Park and Recreation Employees Organization, and 7, Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association. To ensure the city can continue to provide quality service during retirement transitions, management will soon be launching a retirement early notification incentive. Program is to incentivize employees who are planning to retire to notify the city in advance. Participants will receive either a cash payment or the ability to use bank sick leave before their effective retirement date with the department head's approval. In order to implement the ability to use bank sick leave in accordance with the program, qualifying employee groups will need their memorandums of understanding modified. The side letters presented in this item allow qualifying employees to participate. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any question from the council? I see none. I take it to the public. Anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Paul Chop again. I'm for this one for the city employees, you know, the low wage employees, like the sanitation workers, the street workers, the bus drivers, and so on. But I think the firefighters are compensated pretty good already. We're paying extraordinary highest wages for them, highest scalpers, and as I just told you before, your obligation to pay back or pay for these pension plans is tremendous. You already took a $350 million loan. You call it bonds, and people did not even know about it. And the $350 million going to be paid back, and it's going to be like $517 million.
Your time is up. Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishes to speak on this item? 9D as in Deborah. Okay, I see none. I take it back to the council. Okay, none. Do I have a motion?
Motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Mayor Chen absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 9E from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation on this item?
Good evening, Jamie Lay again with the City Manager's Office. Item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt resolutions regarding use of sick time for 1, the City Attorney, 2, City Manager, 3, certain full-time salaried and hourly employees, 4, executive and management employees, 5, fire safety management, and 6, police safety management. The resolutions presented in this item allow qualifying employees to participate in a soon-to-be-released retirement early notification incentive program. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions from the council? I see none. Any questions from the public on this item?
Hello, this is again one more thing. It says expenditure none, so we're not going to pay for this. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? So we're going higher and higher with the firefighters' wages and everything. And, you know, the highest earning people, the dude who sits there, he makes like $460,000 or more, and painting lifeguard towers on the beach during his work hour, and they're going to pay for his retirement money. I'm talking about the fire chief, sir. He was painting lifeguard towers on the beach while we're paying for him. So anyway, we need all these things, firefighters and fire prevention and this and that. We just don't need these high expenses. Just farm it out to LA County and save us some money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have a number and title, please?
Your Honor, the first resolution is Resolution Number 2023-97, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2018-109, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for the city attorney effective October 17th, 2023. The next is Resolution Number 2023-98, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2020-97, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for the city manager effective October 17th, 2023. Resolution Number 2023-99, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2022-144, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees effective October 17th, 2023. Resolution Number 2023-100, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2023-12, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees effective October 17th, 2023. Resolution Number 2023-101, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2019-84, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for fire safety management effective October 17th, 2023. Resolution Number 2023-102, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2019-82, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for police safety management effective October 17th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I take a motion?
Motion to adopt resolution numbers 2023-97, 2023-98, 2023-99, 2023-100, 2023-101, and 2023-102.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Chen absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item 9F from the City Clerk. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. It's the recommendation of the City Clerk that City Council adopt a resolution calling the general municipal election on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024, for the purpose of electing 3 council members for Districts 2, 4, and 6. Adopt a resolution requesting the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors to agree to consolidate the election on the statewide direct primary ballot, and adopt a resolution stating policy and regulations for candidate statements. Funding is available in the City Clerk's fiscal year 2023-24 operating budget. The City Clerk, serving as the election official, is required to call the election, request services from the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for a consolidated election, and prepare for a regular general municipal election for all candidates according to provisions of the Charter and the California Elections Code. The 2024 ballot will have on it the election of 3 council members for Districts 2, 4, and 6, each for a full term of 4 years. All candidates for office are required to file a Fair Political Practices Commission Form 501 Notice of Intention Statement with the City Clerk prior to any campaign activities. Candidates are to follow all FPPC campaign finance regulations, obtain all filing documents from the City Clerk, and submit an official nomination petition containing the signatures of no less than 20 but no more than 30 registered Torrance voters. Council members for District 2, 4, and 6 may only obtain signatures from their respective districts. The candidate nomination filing period will open by appointment only Monday, November 13th, 2023, and close Friday, December 8th, 2023 at 5 p.m. If any eligible incumbent candidate does not file within the nomination filing period, the nomination closing date only for the applicable office will extend 5 days to a closing date of Wednesday, December 13th. There are 3 resolutions for your consideration. Resolution 2023-92 calls for the March 5th, 2023 general municipal election. Resolution number 2023-93 requests approval of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors to allow consolidation on the Los Angeles County ballot. This is a required step which assures the Los Angeles County Register Recorder, County Clerk, that the city will pay our election costs. The 2024 election estimate from the RRCC is $223,496.33 for 3 district city council positions. Resolution number 2023-94 adopts candidate regulations pertaining to materials prepared by any candidate for a municipal election. For candidate regulations, California law allows candidates running for nonpartisan offices to have an optional candidate statement of no more than 200 or 400 words of the qualifications of the candidate to be included in the voter information portion of the sample ballot pamphlet. For the past 33 years, it has been the council's policy in past elections to limit this statement to no more than 200 words, and the current resolution states the limit as 200 words. The city council may authorize the increase for the candidate statement from 200 to 400 words. To be noted, out of the 33 cities on the March 5th ballot, 22 of these cities limit their candidate statement to 200 words. The estimate received for printing cost of the statements is as follows. City Council District 2 has an approximate registered voters as of August 9th, 2023, of 16,671 voters. The cost for an English-only candidate statement is $600. Cost for English and Spanish is $1,200. For City Council District 4, the approximate registered voters as of August 9th of this year is 14,878. Cost for English-only candidate statement is $500. Cost for English and Spanish is $1,000. For City Council District 6, the approximate registered voters as of August 9th is 14,471. The cost for English-only candidate statement is $500, and the cost for English and Spanish is $1,000. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anyone from the council have a questions? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Clerk Poirier, is there additional costs if you want any additional languages, or you can only have 2?
If you would like additional languages, I would have to request a quote from the county.
Okay, thank you.
Just to note, they are required to translate candidate ballot statements into any language of, if a person requests their ballot in their native language, say Tagalog, the county is required to translate your ballot statement into Tagalog, and there is no cost to the candidate.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But if you request it to be in English statement ballot pamphlet, then you would have to pay for it.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? I see none. Anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item?
Your Honor, we do have somebody signed up.
Yes, please.
James Henry.
I have a handout on this item. I have 2 questions. Will there be anything on the March 4th, 2024 ballot for this election other than the council members running for election or re-elections in districts 2, 4, and 6? Second question, how was the expenditure of approximately $223,496.33 arrived at? Please explain each expense and how it was arrived at.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Thank you. We'll answer the question, Ms. Turner.
The only items on the March 5th ballot are council members for districts 2, 4, and 6. There are no measures for the city of Torrance. The expenditure of $223,496.33, that is calculated by the LARCC, the Los Angeles County Register Recorder. They take the election, how many cities are on the ballot, how many races are on the ballot, and they divided up accordingly as to how many races we have on the ballot. That is their estimate that we have to pay for being consolidated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anyone else from the public wishes to speak on this item, 9F? I see, okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Pork Chop again. I for this thing, no matter what it costs, we should elect our officials. But my big sorrow is that I cannot vote for each and every one of you. You're sitting up there, you're making decisions about me, my family, my neighbors, my life. Your vote counts as one, and you don't represent me, or I cannot vote for you. I cannot vote for you. I can only vote for one candidate. Now, this is BS to me, because I come from a country where they told us who's going to lead me, and that guy lead me and the whole country in disaster. And that's what we get when we can vote for only one people.
Thank you, Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, let me see. Anyone else from the council have any question? I see none. I have one question, clarifying question. The 223,000 that you mentioned for 3 districts, and then we have a candidate, they pay separately for their candidate statement. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And we are limiting that 200 or 400 words?
That is up to the council. The past councils have limited it to 200.
Okay.
It is your honorable body's authority to raise it to 400.
So in this item, if we concur with this, we adopt this resolution, this means we're going with 200?
Unless you ask me to amend
Okay.
it to 400, yes.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, how would the council like to proceed on this item? Do we want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about the number of words, or you want to go to the title? Okay, Councilman Matucci, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Because you brought it up, is there an additional cost to change it to 400 words?
I would have to check with the LARRC on that. They only gave me the cost estimate for the 200 words. Yeah, I'm sure it would be more because it would take more printing.
I'm inclined to just keep it as it is. I mean, less is more.
I agree.
The candidate statement can only pertain to the candidate's qualifications, so I think in 200 words is reasonable to get your candidate qualifications out.
Has anyone in the past requested to get more words, or do you know of?
No.
Okay.
That's why I researched it this evening, so as far as I could see, it was the past 33 years they've kept it to 200 words.
Okay, can we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 23-92, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, calling for the holding of a general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024, for the election of certain officers as required by the provisions of the Charter. The second is resolution number 2023-93, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to consolidate a general municipal election to be held on March 5th, 2024, with the statewide primary election to be held on the date pursuant to Section 10403 of the Elections Code. The last resolution is number 2023-94. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting regulations for candidates for elective office pertaining to candidate statements submitted to the voters at election to be held on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve resolution numbers 2023-92, 2023-93, and 2023-94.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Chen absent.
Okay, before we move on to item 9F, let's take a 5-minute recess. Madam Clerk? Yes, so it's 9G. So we come back at 8:07. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we need the roll call? Okay. Okay, we are moving on to agenda item 9G from the city manager and city attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Just a brief one, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Oh, so that's right.
I apologize. I need to interrupt. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem. As I have not been present and have recused during the previous discussion on this matter, I will continue to recuse myself at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani. All righty. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This is a recommendation of the city manager and the city attorney that the city council consider whether or not to ban touch and goes at Torrance Municipal Airport. The item goes over the history of the item, but just to kind of shorten it up, this item tonight gives the council the opportunity to discuss touch and goes due to the motion for reconsideration that was approved by the city council on September 12th, 2023. As a reminder, on July 25th, 2023, the city council voted to modify the hours of touch and goes to only to be allowed Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And additionally, the council voted to not allow touch and goes on city observed holidays. Staff from the General Services Department, Community Development Department, and City Manager's Office, as well as myself, are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Do we have any presentation from Michelle? No? Okay. Okay. So do we go right to the council? Okay. Councilman Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to comment that although I was very disappointed that a ban on touch and goes failed at as I originally proposed at the July 25th council meeting, I am very thankful to Councilmember Sheikh for requesting and getting the reconsideration on this item. And without question, I will be supporting this ban, and if passed, I look forward to its implementation as soon as possible.
Councilmember Lewis, please.
I need to do a disclosure for this item. I have done some additional research, have visited the airport location and several locations within the flight path, and all of the information that I received tonight will be the basis of my decision.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths, do you have any disclosure? Okay.
No.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sheikh. At what point would it be appropriate for myself to introduce an oral request to the council?
You could do it now, you could do it at the end of the item, or you could do it under council orals at the end. It's up to the councilman.
All right. All right, I'll withhold till the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. Anyone else from the council? I myself want to disclose that I did have a conversation with a few residents and also Sling Academy CEO and also a couple other committee members, Torrance Airport Association as well. So that'll be my disclosure. However, my decision will be based on the items presented and the material provided to us. Thank you. So at this point, I'll go ahead and open to the public. Anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, we have a list.
Okay, yes, we start with the list.
Elizabeth Spatz.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I would like to encourage the City Council to ban all touch-and-go exercises at the Torrance Airport. While touch-and-goes may be a convenient but not necessary time-saving maneuver for pilots, the repetitive looping of touch-and-goes over surrounding residential neighborhoods should not be tolerated. The increased level of risk of potential plane crashes during these frequent landings and takeoffs, well documented to be among the most hazardous maneuvers in flying, should also be a consideration in making this decision. The City of Torrance should prioritize the well-being of its citizens over any convenience preferred by a business that is exceeding the tolerances of our South Bay community. Touch and goes could be banned without risk of litigation or approval from any outside entity. The elimination of touch and goes would be an instant improvement for the citizens of Torrance, and I implore you to move forward with this action. There are reasons why other airports have banned them. Please take all of this into consideration. Thank you.
Daniel Freeman.
Madam Clerk, would you like to say other names so they can line up?
The next speaker is Daniel Freeman, then Chuck Kotar, and Zach Henry.
Thank you.
Our time is limited, so out of respect to everyone, I will be brief. I'm a private pilot student at Sling, which is the only pilot school to have voluntarily signed for compliance with all noise abatement procedures. We abide by evening noise abatement regulations. We do full stop taxi backs, which does cut into our time, which most students finance at ever increasing interest rates. Sling planes are quieter than all other planes that fly at Torrance. I sincerely have never heard one, and I live on Kent, which is under the flight path. We want to compromise, we want to work on solutions. Maybe raise the flight pattern altitude so that you don't hear planes. They are Cessnas, not Slings. Please exercise your empathy and consider our point of view as well. I spoke with a fellow resident who works at an environmental testing agency. She does not hear Sling planes on her break in the parking lot. She does hear Cessnas. Again, Sling is not the issue here. If you are going to implement changes, please consider change.
Thank you. Mr. Kotar, and then Zach Henry and George.
Hello, I'm Mr. Costello, just representing Kotar here tonight. I ask you to remember that of those who own an airplane and base it at Torrance Airport, 74% of them are not residents of Torrance. I ask those pilots to consider moving to beautiful Torrance so they can share our safety risks and our pain from current operations at the airport. And to outside commercial flight training companies that come to Torrance, I say, don't try to impose a business model on us, endangering our safety, as shown by a recent crash on a kid's soccer field, and ruining the peace and quiet of our neighborhoods as you make money. Go elsewhere.
Hello, I'm Zach Henry. I'm a resident of District 5. Extreme, excessive are the words that describe what's going on in our neighborhoods. Sling is a problem, whether they want to admit it or not. They have the most planes in the air. They occupy the north runway most of the time through numbers, which then cause the others to go to the south runway. So they may be quiet, but they're still a problem. We really need your help on this. Look at the turnout here. This is excessive, the amount of planes that are in the air. Thank you.
George S., Jerry Denny, and C. Costello.
Good evening. I'm a Torrance resident for over 50 years, Torrance homeowner for over 30. I've lived on Audrey Avenue, fourth home in the flight path from Torrance Airport. For the last 24 years, the air traffic has gotten exceedingly worse over time, coupled with the lack of monitoring that seemed to kick in a few years ago. We're not asking for the airport to be shut down. My father was a pilot. I enjoy flying privately, but it's gotten to the point where our children aren't safe, we aren't safe, and it's just time to dial it back a little bit, monitor the noise in a better way than has been done in the last few years, and just try to keep us a little safer. We're not asking for the world. We appreciate the income that the airport brings in, but let's just have some moderation.
C. Costello, Lyra Josephson, Michael Lyon.
Hi, I'm Lyra Josephson, and we moved here about 7 years ago from Northern California. My husband and I are retired teachers. I was a kindergarten teacher, so I don't hate anybody in this room. You were probably all kindergartners at one point. We noticed when we signed, we knew we had lived near an airport when we bought our house, the condo. We live in New Horizons. We would notice maybe 5 flights a day. It was, and I'd call them the sky lawnmowers. That's what I called them in my head. They weren't that bothering at all. As of November 22nd, when the noise restrictions were lifted, I believe, as I did a little research, the decibel level went up, and harmful decibels are anywhere. I've tracked them, and they're 60 to 80 decibels. 60 is just called annoying. 80 is the beginning of damage to your ears. I worry about all the veterans that live around that have PTSD. This might trigger them. I just wish we could pull together like we did during COVID, and I'm going to just give you a little sample of what I lived through.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Okay, next in the queue, Michael Lyon and Mark Stratton.
Good evening. Airplane after airplane roaring over my house has often brought to mind Luke chapter 23. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. After all this time, I can't help but think that even for Jesus, patience would have worn thin. Mayor Chen, too, in Asia, if you're listening, those not living in the flight path may not be willing to admit this is a crisis. But for thousands of Torrance residents forced to continue suffering almost every day, it remains very much a crisis. There's been a lot of talk this past year, meetings, motions, emotions, but where I live with my wife in Torrance, it's only gotten worse. So the question remains, are you willing to stand up for the well-being of your residents and take action now to address this crisis and stop the relentless barrage of touch and goes? Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark. And then Laura.
Registry for aircraft involved in the San Pedro crash in which its engine failed illustrates the airworthiness classification of the engine as experimental under a category of amateur built. In a city cable piece for the flight school owner of the San Pedro incident, it is discussed how the student becomes an instructor pilot for them just after 250 hours of flight time. That way they can achieve their 1,500 hours flight while getting paid so they can leap to SkyWest. My son is in the U.S. Army, training to fly Chinook helicopter. His instructor pilots are retired airmen with thousands of flight hours. Now, what would you want flying overhead over and over and over? A newbie instructor pilot in an aircraft with an experimental amateur-built engine, or a seasoned instructor pilot with an airworthiness engine classification of standard and category of normal utility?
Laura?
This is the Torrance Airport Noise Abatement Mission. Quote, to reduce aircraft noise and improve the airport's compatibility with the surrounding community through a reasonable approach of balancing airport requirements with the community's needs in order to ensure a livable environment. The recent increase in airport activity is directly related to the touch and goes. This is not compatible with the community and does not ensure a livable environment. Touch and goes must be banned, as other local airports have already done. Please protect the citizens you represent, who have no choice but to live under this unrelenting noise insanity and unsafe plane activity over our homes. Thank you.
Do we have anyone signed up?
No one else signed up prior to the start of the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please line up so we can hear you guys. Thank you. And I'd like to reassure everyone that you will all will be heard, so please be mindful of the time, and please be as early as possible. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Pryor. I've been a longtime Torrance resident, about 25 years, and living near Hickory Park, where I've got planes coming over me constantly, day after day. And I look at that as a positive thing. That got me interested in aviation at a young age and allowed me to pursue my training and a career in aviation, not only at the Torrance Airport, but now working as an instructor in Long Beach. And banning touch and goes would create a huge problem for any aviation training in general. I mean, we have all these shortages of pilots coming out from every airline in the entire world, and now we're trying to ban one of the most important aspects of flight training just to save a little bit on noise. It doesn't make any sense. Not at all. Not at all. But we have noise abatement procedures in place, and they should be monitored a little bit better than what they are now.
Excuse me, please let the speaker speak. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kusha Madonlu, and I've been a resident of what is now District 4 in Torrance since 1999. I'd like to make some points expanding on what Kevin here said, which is that I think that this noise problem can be handled in such a way where we can still make good use of the municipal airport that we have in Torrance, which is a great asset many cities don't have the privilege of enjoying. Furthermore, it can be great for business opportunities in this city. I see from the financial statements in Torrance that in 2022, the airport brought in roughly over $15 million in income, $15.66 million in income. What we need to consider here is that this revenue stream can be applied to the general public while still trying to adhere to regulations that maybe are not enforced about noise, but by tying that with greater noise abatement measures and methods, we can make sure that we expand the usage of that airport and keep everyone happy about this.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Here we go. Okay. My name is Esther Audrey. I urge the City Council to protect the residents of Torrance from the many safety and health risks caused by increased activity at our airport. Please protect us, the residents, from leaded fuel exposure, noise pollution, and increased risk of aviation accidents. During the 28 years that I've lived here, there have been plane crashes, some with fatalities, some recently. You're all aware of them. Just like the law of gravity, the law of averages applies. More planes, more flights, more touch and goes increases the probability. Take action now before one of you has to utter, "Our thoughts and prayers are with the families," etc. Or, "The safety of our residents is our top priority." Those words are meaningless if you don't do something now. No amount of licensing fees can make up for the daily noise, disruption, internet, and disrupted lives. There is a need to train the next generation of pilots, but certainly there must be a safer way. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you run a fine meeting. Just want to thank you. I've got some stuff to hand out to the city council members. I'll keep it real short and sweet. Support your constituents. Eliminate touch and go flights. I'll repeat that. Support your constituents. Eliminate touch and go flights. I got 34 seconds. support your constituents, eliminate touch-and-go flights.
I can take this minute. I'm Barbara Marriott. I live in New Horizons, and I duplicate that.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. Judy Bernetti, Riviera Homeowners Association. Residents have been coming to council and community meetings for 3 years, urging council and staff not to allow Sling and other flight schools to have touch-and-go training at Torrance Airport. Our pleas were not heard. We now live in the city that houses the largest flight school in Southern California, with over 30 planes and hundreds of students who do touch-and-goes to practice for their licensing exam. The touch-and-go training flights mean low-flying student pilots repeatedly circling over Torrance neighborhoods and schools. We no longer enjoy the peace and quiet inside our homes that we had just 3 years ago. We hope the discussions tonight will bring us to an agreement that will restore harmony between the airport and Torrance citizens. We support the ban on touch-and-goes and urge the city to either stop the touch-and-goes immediately, or if not, maybe it's time to start talking about closing the airport. If nothing else works,
Matt Lignaitsky, Sling Pilot Academy. We love being a business in the city of Torrance. We love being Torrance residents. We love what we do. We employ over 100 people in the city of Torrance. We provide a pathway to a major upliftment in the lives of many people, in the hundreds of students that we serve. We love that we are the only major flight school in the region that uses unleaded gasoline, the only one. That's what we want, right? We operate the quietest airplanes. We register about 65 dB in flight, which is the ambient noise of traffic passing by. 20 dB roughly below the limits. And we have shown that we want to work with the city of Torrance. We've changed our operations to work with the city of Torrance. Also, it's important to remember flight instruction is a part of our critical infrastructure. Flight instructors are essential workers. We're providing a valuable part of our critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Peter Braun, President, Torrance Airport Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Let me read a bit from the report that the city staff produced for this item. They are talking about coordination with the FAA regarding regulation of both early left turn and touch and goes. Quote, the FAA has suggested that the airport form an airport noise working group or roundtable of various stakeholders, including residents and pilots, to discuss airport noise. The FAA indicated that such group discussion related to noise concerns has been successful in other areas, end of quote. This is the approach that was used to address the helicopter noise issue a few years ago, and is the obvious path forward in this issue. A failure to reach agreement between the city and the FAA on these issues could result in litigation that will be time-consuming with an uncertain outcome. The Torrance Airport Association has advocated for common sense cooperative solutions, and we stand ready to participate in this effort. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joanne Ferraro, and I live in the Southwood Riviera area. Let me start off by saying I like airplanes a lot. When we moved here, my neighbors said it wasn't that bad, and they were right. I was on a staycation this summer with a house guest in my backyard, and I kept telling her to stop talking because the very low plane would go past. I couldn't hear her. All of a sudden, it was like every 30 seconds. They flew so low, it's an invasion of my privacy. All day, it's an air show. I like going to air shows. I just don't want one over my head every single day. Besides the obvious air pollution and fuel pollution, my house will surely go down in price. Every area does in the path of planes. If I was buying a house now, it wouldn't be in the area that I'm in now. Are there any Sling Academy advocates here? Great. I have a plan. Let's sit down together and write down your addresses, then let's reroute those planes right over your houses. Problem solved. Please, please ban touch and go. It's
Hello, my name is Siobhan Griffin, and I too live in Southwood Riviera.
I've lived there for 13 years, and prior to that, I grew up in South Torrance, in Southwood Riviera, and it never was like this before. And when you have a neighbor that makes noise all day long, you usually go to the police and get help for them to do something to shut this down, to provide peace and quiet to the neighborhood. Obviously, we cannot go to the police, so I'm coming here to you, City Council. Do something about this. Ban touch and goes. And I understand that the country needs pilots. Sling should get together with all the airlines and figure out a good place where they can all go out in the desert and stop disrupting people's lives with flights every 30 to 60 to 90 seconds all day long. I have to keep my doors closed all day. We built a beautiful deck outside, and we can't even go outside until 10.
My name is Rebecca Klinenberg, and I live in the Southwood Riviera also. I've lived here 20 years, and it is so much worse than when I moved in. I had a friend visiting last summer and this summer, and both times she got COVID. So we spent all of our time outside on the patio talking, and we had to pause our conversation every 5 minutes at least because the planes were too noisy. I'm also a speech pathologist, and a normal conversation is 50 decibels. 65 decibels drowns it out. And it was literally at least every 5 minutes all day long because we spent all day outside talking. She lives way across the country. I think our safety is also a huge issue, the pollution that it's causing. And as far as 15 million in income, our property of everybody who's affected by this is worth far more than that 15 million that this is bringing in.
Hi, hi. My name is Eric Lascava. I live over by the mall, and I've been in Torrance for about 10 years now. And in my adult career, I've always worked out of the home. My wife also works out of the home. And the problem is, I can't keep my windows open during the day for much part of the day because of the noise. I'm on calls sometimes across the country. My wife is in HR, a very important job. She's in calls with people all over the country. And there are times when the windows have to be closed when it's hot outside, and we can't talk. We can't enjoy the breeze because of the noise. I was once on a call, and someone on it said, "Who's at the airport?" I mean, and I literally had to shut my window. It's really inconvenient, and if there's a way that you could maybe move the times, reduce the times, do something, it would be a big help. Safety is also a concern. I'm teaching my daughter to drive. I don't want people learning to fly over my house.
Hello. Inconvenience is a euphemism for torture. Okay? I moved to Torrance in 1977. My family's been here for 50 years. It's never been as bad. We've been relegated now to live inside our home. My father cannot go outside. He's 86 years old because of the planes. We are in Sam Levy area, and we used to be able to go out at night. We cannot go out at night. And I'm sorry, but every single plane, for some reason on 229th Street, they tried to make this hairpin turn like it's a challenge. Every single plane, you have to stop talking. It's called a freeze. We all freeze mid-sentence until they're over.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Russ Vicaria. Most of us have lived near the airport for decades. I've lived there for 25 years. Regular flights and small flight schools have operated around here for years without a problem. Then a large flight school moved into the area with dozens of planes, inundated the skies with lots of noisy training flights, causing a major nuisance for thousands of residents. And they're also throwing their weight around. They're trying to get the federal government and outside entities involved like the FAA, threatening legal action. This boils down to a simple issue. No individual entity should be allowed to create such a massive public nuisance. This applies to any business, any resident. We ask that you assert local control over our airport and ban touch-and-go landings today. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Christine Steinbacher. I've lived in the South Torrance area for about close to 40 years. I worked 32 years in law enforcement to pay off 2 homes. I have one on Zacon and one in Catherine. And I'm a layman. I haven't done a lot of research on the airport, but I know in the last couple of years it has gotten so loud that, like I, with the other people, have to close my windows. And I can't enjoy my time outside. Something has changed, and I really hope that you reconsider the touch and go issue, because I think that's a huge problem. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Arnold Chen. I live in District 6. Clearly, people are exhausted from the noise. I have 2 autistic children, and I have a speech therapist that comes to our house. I live right behind New Horizons, and I can tell you it's very difficult for the speech therapist that I pay out of pocket to help my children learn how to talk. They're 3 and 5, and because of the low-flying altitude of these aircraft, it disrupts the therapist being able to do her job, which is teach my children how to talk. I'm not sure why there's an increasing low-level recurrence of these aircraft that are, training over our area, but I don't know if there will be a change in this matter unless you guys ban it. If you choose not to, I wonder why can't there be a modification of their flight plan? Why do they have to fly over directly in this residential area? Is there a way that we can make a mutually beneficial plan that helps both the flight schools and the residents in this area? Thank you.
Tom Legrelius, I'm a resident of Torrance for the past, since 1985, and a businessman in Torrance, running a medical practice here since 1983. My office is located 300 feet from the end of 29 right runway. Directly off the end of it, I look right down the airplane's noses as they come off the runway. They have never bothered me at all. I barely hear them. My home is 1.6 miles off the end of the 2 runways also, and I've never been bothered by the noise there either. I love airplanes. I also am a pilot, and I know most of these pilots and people that are here talking. I think Peter Browan's suggestion that we get a kind of a blue ribbon committee together of the stakeholders in all this and work out a solution to these problems, because there's obviously people here that are very unhappy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Jared Yoshiki with the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, here just to reiterate our letter of opposition that was sent to the city on September 8th. We do appreciate the city attorney reaching out to the collective aviation organizations to have a conversation, but we would also further like to encourage the city to engage with the aviation community as a whole, as well as the community, to really come up with a viable plan that deals with the concerns raised by the residents of the city, and to further remind that when it comes to touch and goes, that is considered a flight operation by the FAA. So I highly encourage you to follow your FAA guidance as it relates to the touch and go operation, because it will preempt local action. So thank you for your time this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John, Southwood Riviera resident, currently impacted by the majority of flights that are now happening over the north pattern. All we're doing is squeezing the water balloon here, and as you've already acknowledged, that's unfair to the city as a whole. I want to acknowledge there's a lot of familiar faces with our advocacy here tonight, but there are also a lot of new faces. Southwood Riviera, New Horizons, these are impacted communities in the same way as you've heard all along. I do want to acknowledge and thank Council Members Griffiths, Matucci, and Kaji for your earlier yes votes to approve the ban on touch and goes. I want to thank Council Members Shake and Lewis for your votes to do reconsideration. And I would like to just request a procedural clarification. It seems that for the purposes of this meeting, with Mayor Chen not here, that a majority would be 3 out of 5 votes. And so if we could clarify that, that would be appreciated. And hopefully that can be a unanimous yes to ban touch and goes. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank you for hearing comments today. I am a Torrance homeowner, taxpayer, voter, and also a pilot. I encourage you to ask city staff to publish a preferred traffic pattern with the downwind south of 235th Street so that pilots know how to fly neighborly, and widely publish voluntary noise abatement recommendations. We'd like to work with the community, but if you don't publish how we can do that, the pilots won't know how to do that. It's true. The proposed ban on touch and goes also constitutes aeronautical activity. The U.S. Congress has passed laws, namely the Airport Noise Incapacity Act, that limits the ability of municipalities to ban aeronautical activity. The City of Torrance has received advice from legal counsel and the FAA that limiting this aeronautical activity requires a federal review. Please don't pass changes in municipal code that violate federal.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Dan Will, I'm a Torrance resident. To understand this issue, all you need to know is who signed the letters of support. COTAR's letter is signed by the residents, those who live here, raise their kids here, pay taxes here, and vote here. The pilot's letter of support is signed by Washington lobbyists, special interest groups, and lawyers who pretend they speak for the FAA. Enough of this nonsense. Let the FAA speak for the FAA, let the special interests speak for the pilots, and let the City Council speak for the Torrance residents. Vote for local control, vote to ban touch and go.
Good evening. My name is Mark Hinckley. My wife and I have been residents of Torrance along the northern flight route. My wife works from home, been there 25 years. It has gotten to the degree, like some have already inflected, that she can't even talk on her phone, and that's what she does all day long. She has to literally close her windows with the heat rather than being able to open and enjoy the beautiful breezes we have. I've actually been a student pilot as well from a number of years ago. I had to do my training. I had to land, taxi, take off again. That's the way I did my training. I know you need to do touch and goes too, but those can be done at alternate airports. So I ask that you do ban the touch and goes so we can enjoy the lifestyle we came here for. Thank you.
I bought my house in in Anza Avenue 32 years ago, and at that time it was quite a street, and all this complainer making so much noise in my house that I cannot get out even with my car. So let's be reasonable about that, and I'm astounded about we are talking about landing about touch and go. This is basic maneuver that pilot need in order to train, and even after they get the private pilot or commercial, they need to keep training on that. You cannot do that. It's like closing the airport. Are you going to close the airport? No. So don't ban the touch and go.
Thank you. My name is Richard Seals. I'm with South Bay Aviation. We've been at Torrance Flight School, and I've been the owner of that Torrance Flight School for over 40 years. We never used to have this problem. But stopping touch and goes is not the right answer. It's like a young person learning to drive in a driving school and telling them they can't go out on the highway or they can't go out on the freeway during their training. Torrance Airport is already one of the most dangerous airports in California. We all admit that. Who will be responsible if there is an accident due to poor training procedures that you limit? This is not the right way to solve our problem. Listen to the experts on how to solve the right problem, raise the traffic pattern altitudes, and use displaced threshold are just two of those answers we've already presented to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Pork Chop, and I think half of these people missed the agenda. This is about touch and go landing. I would like the FAA bootlickers show me where Torrance Municipal Airport got to allow touch and go landing. And these people, Mr. Tadam did not even have the decency to show up. They're ruining everybody's life. I bought my house in 1991, and just as other people said it wasn't this bad until 2 or 3 years ago. I worked hard as an immigrant to buy a freaking house, and these bastards, after they find out where do I live, that's why they make their turns. This, I don't want to talk dirty, but these people endangering my life, my wife's life, and we are sick people.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Evening, Council. My name is Reza Burjandi. I'm the owner of Pacific Skies Aviation at the Torrance Airport. I've spoken to many of you in person, and I've continued to share my opinion that the main cause of these noise issues is saturation of airplanes arriving or departing within a given period of time. I've been operating at the Torrance Airport for about 15 years without serious noise issues. In the past 2 years, there's been unchecked growth that has led to times having 20 or more airplanes on the ground and in the air operating within the Torrance airspace. A simple remedy of only allowing, say, no more than 5 or 10 airplanes taxiing out of any flight school within an hour would immediately relieve most of these noise issues. Air traffic control issues ground stops due to airspace saturation on a daily basis to busy airports. We should consider doing the same. The difference is like comparing like living on a normal residential street versus living next to a freeway. It is the volume of traffic that creates the noise pollution, not the type of traffic that passes. Ask yourself who has changed in the last 2 years and why residents living around the airport never suffered noise.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public wishes to speak on this item?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and especially homeowners of Torrance.
Excuse me, sir. Can you address us, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
So, as a CEO of Sling Pilot Academy, I see tonight the passion with the homeowners speak. I see this is a very serious problem in their lives. What we have done as the Sling Pilot Academy we're putting into place measures very quickly to change our operations. We hear them, we will make a plan to make sure we silence our aircraft down to a point where we can operate at the airport and be able to work with the community to be able to operate a flight school and carry on operations without being a nuisance at all.
Anyone else from the public wishes to speak who has not spoken? Okay, I see none. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I always enjoy when the public gets involved with trying to fix local issues. The worst thing that we can have is an empty auditorium and a bunch of things that we need to discuss with no resident input. You know, I can appreciate the success some of our schools have had in Torrance. I can appreciate small businesses coming to Torrance and investing in our city. But the reality is, what I feel, is that the shortage of pilots is an airline problem, not a Torrance problem. And as I was speaking to Councilman Griffith earlier, that we've been talking about this for years now. And it's really sad because I personally think the opportunity for all the stakeholders to come in to the roundtable has come and gone. We're over it, and now it's up to us to come up with methodologies, ordinances, whatever it takes to lower the traffic over our heads so we can restore peace of mind. That's really all we have to do tonight. I fully support the ban. I just don't think it's going to necessarily drastically reduce the number of planes over our heads. And I also want to emphasize the fact that I also live in the flight path in the seaside area, and it has increased. I play soccer in the backyard with my kid, planes over my head, and I think few of the people here mentioned that we have to stop talking while they're accelerating and, doing their turns. And I get it. It's an airport. We bought near an airport. I get that argument, but it's no longer, that airport that it used to be back in the 70s when we moved here to the seaside area. My family moved here in the 70s. It's no longer that airport. And right now it's just out of hand. I don't know if it's, dangerous or not dangerous. I mean, that's something that we can argue, but it's definitely not peaceful anymore. So I really do think that banning the touch and goes is something that we should be supporting tonight as an initial step towards reducing traffic at our airport, because it's really gotten out of hand. So I'll hear what my fellow council members have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A couple of housekeeping items following up some of the comments that I heard tonight. Staff, if you could confirm, has any flight school submitted or signed the voluntary letter of agreement that we as a council passed as a motion to be done on July 25th?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Sean Megadichin, General Services Director. To this point, none of the flight schools have signed the approved agreement, letter of agreement that the council approved on July 25th. Sling did send in a letter of agreement which was altered. They felt there was some language they wanted to include, but that was not the approved document, so the city has not been signatory to that.
Great, thank you for clarifying that there's been no flight school who's submitted a signed LOA as that we as a council requested back on July 25th.
Excuse me, please do not speak.
The other thing I wanted to let people know is on July 25th, we did pass many motions in an effort to try to address the issues at the airport. Unfortunately, most of those issues have yet to be implemented. I want to give the public who's concerned about this the opportunity for a place to find out what's going on, so you don't have to send emails or make phone calls. We have set up a website for the public to access. It's called trendingintorrance.com, all one word. And there's a subheading under that website called Airport. And you can go to that website, and that staff is committed to keeping that website up to date with the status of all of our motions that we've passed, so that you know when those different items are being implemented. Some of them are being delayed for various reasons, and I'm going to hand it off to staff to explain the reasons why some of these have been delayed. Staff, you indicated you'd be willing to make some statements as to why. We've done our part, except for on this ban that we're proposing tonight. We've done our part in passing resolutions, and now it's in the hands of staff to implement, and I'd like to get the staff's update on where we stand with that.
Yes, Councilman Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Staff is working on it. It is a priority for us, but there are required legal analysis and environmental analysis. We are required to do analysis under CEQA, so that is a restriction that we are working on. Just in full candor, CEQA can take 8 to 12 months. So with the legal analysis, the amendment to the code, and CEQA analysis, looking at the council's actions of July 25th and possibly further actions this evening, you're looking at 8 to 12 months. And if you don't like CEQA, you should talk to the state legislature.
So we are all as a council disappointed to hear that some of these issues that we have approved are being now held up by bureaucracy of our government. It's not necessarily a Torrance problem, but it's a standard operating process, which I have some strong disagreements with, but I just want the public to know, there's been a lot of people who've contacted me saying that the only people who are complaining about this problem are a bunch of crackpots. And I know for a fact that that's not true, because I've reached out to so many people in our community who I know are reasonable people who want to just live a nice life here in our nice city. They're not crackpots. And further, I just want, if there's any way I can, I just want to give you all a hug, because I know what you're going through. It's tough. And I'm so sorry that there's a business or businesses that have come into our city and made your lives difficult. We are doing everything we can as a city council to try to fix the problem. And I just want you to know that resolving this nuisance that the airport has become is my personal #1 concern and priority. I'm burning all my bridges with staff to do everything I can to ensure that all the items that council has approved so far, and hopefully tonight additionally, are making progress towards solving this problem once and for all. Council's done their part, and now we lean on staff, legal counsel to make things happen. I have one more question for staff, and that is if we do successfully pass this ban on touch and goes, what would be your best estimate as to when that would be implemented?
Again, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, it would require a code amendment, legal analysis, and CEQA analysis. So we're looking at that same time period of 8 to 12 months from the July date.
I think that some people may not have heard that, but he did say that it was potentially 8 to 12 month process to enforce a ban on touch and goes. Believe me, I think there's no one up here who is happy with that response. Unfortunately, by not taking those proper steps, and I'm certainly willing to look into it more further, we don't want to put our city at undue risk for legal action or other situations that would happen. Just know that we're all here to work and support and implement these issues that we've passed and that I hope we pass tonight. Like I said, it's my #1 priority to make sure staff is working as hard as they possibly can and making this a #1 priority to address these issues. And please look for those updates on the website that I referred to get the information. And I will let my colleagues speak, and hopefully we'll get this vote done and moving forward. It should have happened 3 months ago.
Councilmember Lewis, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to have some follow-up questions to be confirmed by staff, Mr. Ramirez. One of the folks submitting orals indicated that the noise regulations were lifted in November, and I don't believe that to be true.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, no, there were no regulations that were lifted.
Perfect. And I think my other council members addressed all the other questions that I had. What I did want to say is when the Transportation Committee met back in April 12th, 2023, which consists of myself, Chair Matucci, and Councilmember Kaji, one of the recommendations that staff put in that report that was then transferred over to July 25th was to form the Airport Noise Committee, which would be part of an overall community. Is that something that could be addressed by the Airport Commission, perhaps, or in an environmental quality part, some type of way? Could the Airport Commission take up the issue on noise and how to solve the noise issue? Or do we have to form a separate committee?
I'd have to look more carefully at the ordinance for the Airport Committee, but the council, Airport Commission, but the council can refer matters to the Airport Commission if it wants to do so. If you're asking about forming a separate committee or commission, that'd be separate council action.
Well, I guess there would be an ad hoc committee, not a commission.
So an ad hoc committee of the council?
Of the, I guess the Airport Commission? something to specifically address the noise concerns and how to fix it, similar to what was done in Robinson.
Well, what was with the helicopter group wasn't a city commission. Yeah, I think Sean could speak more to it. That was an outside roundtable, not a city commission.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji, please.
I'm sorry, I think Sean was gonna
sorry.
respond.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sean Megardichin, General Services Director. Yes, at that time, there were members of the Airport Commission as part of a special committee that was formed along with residents and helicopter pilots, et cetera, at that time. But I am kind of looking at my notes, and to my recollection, the direction of the Transportation Committee during that April meeting was to direct staff to work with the Torrance Space Flight Schools to develop that letter of agreement. Is that the committee you're referring to, council member?
Some of the orals that came forward tonight seem to have indicated that this wasn't something that we've ever considered or done, and I just wanted, for my clarification, to say it may not be a direct airport group, but it has been discussed, and committees and groups were formed to discuss this very issue,
If I
using
could-
the Robinson
Sean,
example.
If I could, that's one of the discussions that Director Ramirez has been having with the FAA about an ongoing roundtable community webinar that the FAA would like to schedule for 2024.
Okay. So to sum up what I have to say, I am an aviation junkie. I love planes. I love helicopters. I always have. I have several pictures of me in them, and at one point wanted to go to flight school to learn how to fly them. I certainly believe that there is a great importance in air transportation and the economic benefits that it brings. With that said, I am a fan of this ban on touch and goes. It does not, the touch and goes, really the negative aspects to it outweigh the advantages to the community. Now, I realize that after we leave tonight, no one's going to be happy. The folks that are pro touch and go will leave unhappy, and the folks that want the ban to go in place will also leave unhappy because of the time that it's going to take to complete all of the analysis and legal review, which we could be back this time next year to even discuss an ordinance. And then when we do come back in about 12 months, and I'm going to go ahead and be really liberal with the time, 8 to 12 months in government talk usually means about 14 to 16, and I'm being honest. Then we have to go through the process of the ordinance and the readings to do that ordinance, while we're also waiting on some legal review. So I just want to make sure that we have some realistic expectations about what is going to happen tonight, even if this panel votes and it moves forward. It's not going to stop tomorrow. So I want everyone in the audience and at home to know that even if it does pass, it's not going to be immediate. So to keep smoke coming off of people's keyboards going, wait a minute, you passed it, what's going on? Just want to do some realistic expectations. I do think that there's ways forward, but I also see that there were some liberties that were taken that probably shouldn't have, that are not to the public benefit. And I realize there is a revenue stream coming in from the flight schools, plus some economic benefit to having, pilots stay in Torrance, eat, shop, whatever. However, in my opinion, there is no revenue stream that is worth the peace and tranquility of the residents that have to live it every day. So, with that being said, I'll be prepared to vote when the vote is called.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, not just tonight, but in all of the previous meetings, also with our Transportation Committee meeting. I've very much appreciated meeting with all the various groups, also the citizens and residents, as I've had a chance to visit your homes, sit in the parks, take your comments and concerns. This is an issue, I think, for all of my colleagues that we've been struggling with for a long time. I do want to commend Councilmember Griffiths for his commitment to finding a solution. I know for him representing District 6, this has been a point of tremendous frustration for him since he represents many of you who live directly under the flight path. I had a few questions for staff, and I think I already found my answers in the memorandum prepared for tonight. And either Director Ramirez or Murgadician, you can answer this. It's my understanding that back in October of 1977 that the city limited the number of flight schools to 6, correct? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. And that at present we have a total of 8 schools?
10.
10, sorry. Okay. 10 schools. So do we know the names of the 4 schools that were added in addition to the 6?
Thank you, Sean Megardichin, General Services Director. Give me 1 minute to look it up. We have 10 flight schools total. 8 of them are fixed wing, 2 of them are rotary. And do you want the specific names of the individual flight schools?
If you can pull them up.
Bear with me 1 minute.
Sure. And the reason I'm bringing this up for the benefit of the public, there was a time, and it's here in our resolution 77-215 back in 1977, in which there was a limitation on the number of flight schools, 6 flight schools. It's unclear to myself and to my colleagues as to why that number was exceeded over the years. Now, I wasn't on the council. I've only been on the council for a year and a half. This precedes all of the other members on the council and many of our professional staff. So I would have to say that this goes back to the previous city manager. I don't know why this number 6 was exceeded, but there was a number. There is a limitation. Now, it seems to me, being a reasonable, logical person, that if you go beyond that 6, there's going to be, of course, a gradual increase in noise and activity at the airport. I think for many of you longtime residents, you know it's happened. You've lived it. And now, I don't know if you can hear me speaking because some of you may be half deaf by now. I don't know. Sorry. But I think the point that I'm making is this. For whatever reason, that number 6 was exceeded. And I still don't know why. But all of us are now having to deal with the results of that loss of control, that lack of imposing the will of the council and the residents to limit the activity at the airport. Okay, so I want to say that it's there on the record, okay? But now, here we are. And now we have to deal with the hard
Councilman Gaji,
facts.
hold on for a second, please. Can you please sit down? This is the final warning for you, sir. Thank you so much. Go ahead. I apologize, Councilman Gaji.
Okay, so so I wanted to make that very clear to the public, all right? So that there's no miscommunication. That at some point that number 6 was breached, and at this point I don't know why, and we don't know why, but we're going to find out. The other point I want to make is that, as you know, I've already taken a position on touch and goes. I've been very clear that based on all my talks with the residents, and for myself, taking in all that input and listening to the noise impacts, hearing from you what the impacts have been on your personal lives, your professional lives, the impacts on your children, on your seniors, your overall quality of life, that is my main concern. And so I'm going to double down. And whatever we can do to expedite this process, and I want to just put it all on the table and do so publicly, if we have the ability to reach out to our friends in Sacramento, to those in the Office of the Attorney General or the Office of the Governor, and to seek their direct intervention in helping us to expedite this, I think we need to look at every avenue that's available to us. So for those reasons, I'm going to once again remain in opposition to touch and goes, and I'm open to any further input from any of you, but I just want to be clear on that point of the number of schools. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council have any comments or questions to any of the members of the public? If you have any questions, this is your time. The public comments are still open. Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a couple comments as well. The reason I brought this item back to the community and the council was, number one, a couple of times it was told or asked from us that we did not hear. Excuse me, sir, you can't, there's no, yes, there are no comments. No, I said who hasn't spoken, but no, you all have spoken. You all have spoken on this item. Anyone who has not spoken? Anyone who has not spoken on this item? Excuse me, sir. Okay, go ahead, please. Mike?
My
Hold on
point
for a
is going to
second.
be
Hold on
about-
for a second, please. Sir, you are disturbing the meeting. Could you please sit down? I appreciate it. Thank you. So can
My
we
point is
start a
going to be
minute,
about
please?
the touch and goes. My point is going to be about the left turns, which someone from the FAA actually told me in the September meeting that if the city tells the FAA that they want to stop the left turns, that the FAA will stop allowing direction for left turns to happen. So that can be a directive. My concern is that Sean, I believe is his name, was going to mention who were the recent schools that were opened beyond the 6. And then that was just kind of passed over. So I'd like to go back to Councilman Kodji's question about that so that we can all have a timeline of what were the most recently open schools.
Ms. Rebecca? The time? Yes.
I just have a really quick question. Given Councilmember Kalani's recusal on tenuous grounds that I don't think have ever been disclosed, now that we know that Councilmember Matucci and I believe Councilmember Griffiths both own property, I'm assuming, since you live under the flight path, as you've indicated, property worth, I'm assuming, more than $2,000 real estate under the FPPC, will you gentlemen be recusing yourselves from voting in this matter? And if not, how do we make the complaint to the federal the FPPC in California? Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Anyone else from the public wishes to speak who has not spoken? Okay. I see none. Would you like to respond to any of the questions? Yes. Excuse me.
If the council would like me to
Yes,
read the
please.
list of flight schools. So the list of fixed-wing flight schools include Rolling Hills Aviation, South Bay Aviation, South Bay International Flight Association, Pacific Skies Aviation, Sling Pilot Academy, Hikari Aviation, Giving Kids Wing Flight Academy, and Prada Aircraft Works. The two rotary wing flight schools are JJ Helicopter and Advanced Flight. The 4 flight schools that exceed the 6, what would have been approved per the resolution from 1977, per the date of business license, are Sling Pilot Academy, Hikari Aviation, Giving Kids Wing Flight Academy, and Prada Aircraft Works.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, do you want to answer 2 questions were asked? Number 1 was the vote. If there's going to be 3 and 3, what will be the outcome? and the second for recusal for.
Are you asking what happens with the tie vote of 3-3?
Yes, yes.
That would be a no action. It would go back to the action of the city council of 25th of July.
And the second question was asked about the recusal by Councilman Griffiths and Councilman Matucci. Do they need to recuse themselves?
Does the council want me to respond to that? That's a council question, because you're going to ask me to give legal advice. I can do it if you want to, but that's up to the council.
There's no reason to answer that question.
Okay, so let's, okay, anyone else from the public wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I'd like to make a couple comments on this. Number one was why this item was brought back to the council. The simple reason was that a couple of times, some of the academy owners, they made comments that they were not heard, and that is not accurate. We reached out to them, most of the council here, we read their email, we discussed this matter with them. So the statement that was made that we did not hear, that is that is inaccurate. Some of the comments were also made that common sense solution should have been adopted with good faith negotiation. My question or comments to that is why we have not done any of those. It's been going on for 3, 4, 5 or many years, but nothing has been done. No actions were taken. There were a lot of words, but we didn't see any actions. Then the comments were also made that none of the councils are the pilots. And we are here not the expert of everything. I believe we are here for the constituent. We represent them. We don't have to be expert on anything when we make decision. We have to represent our community, and that's the only thing we should be expert on. The couple other questions were also posed about the ban on touch and go. I think the misconception is that it still can be training. You can go back and start training and go back in the line and go start and taking, go back in the line and start taking off. There's no problem. In this, if we approve touch and go, you still can do those training. As far as the safety is concerned, safety is paramount for all of us. If you feel, if you have a communication with the tower, if there's a community concern, safety concerns, then you can make everything possible to avoid any kind of issues. We are not here for asking you to, when it's a safety concern, you still have to follow certain guidelines. You are free to save your life. At this point, I'd like to ask my colleagues, how would you like to proceed? Councilman Griffiths, you have a motion on the table.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the second and hopefully the final time, I would like to move that we ban touch and goes from Torrance Airport.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing and Mayor Chen absent.
We're not listening to you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next item. Madam Clerk, do we? Huh? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. We get-
What do we need her for? We did fine without her. What do we need her for?
Okay, reminder, the council meeting is still in session. Please clear the chamber. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay, we are next. Okay, there are no hearings. There are no agency agendas. Okay, we are now moving on to second reading ordinances. City Clerk, Madam Poya, may we have the number and title?
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3923, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code Section 12.1.8, entitled City Manager's Authority to Appropriate and Expend Funds, and amending Chapter 2 of Division 2, entitled Purchasing System.
Okay, maybe we have the number and title? Do we have that? Okay, I'll take a motion to adopt ordinance number 3923.
Mayor Pro Tem, if there's any members of the public that'd like to speak on this item, this is their opportunity.
Okay, anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item? From the council? Okay, may we have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 3923.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Chen absent.
Okay, moving on to oral communications, number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on the items not on the agenda. Under the Roth-Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phones when you come to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the clerk before speaking. Okay, do we have anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Oral communication number 2. Okay. Okay, so we go back to the closed session?
You can. Council orals at this time.
Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, I'll start with Councilman Kaji.
Oh, okay, thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to make an oral request. On September 12, 2023, the City Council gave staff the directive to conduct a land use study on a range of city-owned properties. At the time, this directive did not encompass the Torrance Municipal Airport. However, considering recent developments and changing circumstances, I believe it's crucial for us to expand the scope of this study to include the Torrance Municipal Airport. This adjustment will help us make well-informed decisions that reflect the evolving needs and priorities of our community. Before we proceed, I'd like to request concurrence from my colleagues to direct our staff to amend the scope of the land use study to include Torrance Municipal Airport. Do I have council concurrence?
did. Okay, Councilman Kaji, yes. Councilmember Kalani, no. Councilman Griffiths, yes. Councilman Matucci, yes. Councilman Lewis, yes. And I, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think now we go to the closed session.
Are there any other announcements?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead. Yes. Okay, yeah, let's start with Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have anything other than to wish my grandson Caden a very happy birthday, and also my mother a very heavenly birthday. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Happy birthday to my sister. It's my sister's birthday today. Yeah, so a lot of birthdays today. But I also want to say thank you to the Sister City Association for the wonderful arrangements they've made for our visit to Kashiwa, Japan. I think I was there 5 years ago, and it's just nice to be back. Got to see a lot of the same people that I've met before, and somewhat kept in touch. Very difficult when you don't speak the language, but it was just a wonderful trip. And also our Friendship City program, which I'm hoping will be very fruitful. We got to meet with actually got to tour the Kia factory, which I think very impressive, the amount of robotics and everything else. And they also had, I think, over 14,000 employees there. So, what else did we do? Oh, the chamber, we met with the Chamber of Commerce from our Friendship City, and just met a few different companies and a different pharmaceutical company we met with, and just met with just a lot of great people that hopefully will start building a relationship with. And what else? I think that's it. All right. It was a wonderful trip. It was nice hanging out with my fellow council members and the mayor, and we got to know each other a little bit better, outside of the scope of this work here, and a few of the members of the staff, and of course, that was always fun. So thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matucci. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I also want to compliment you on great job running the meeting today. I also want to thank the Sister City Association for all their hard work in planning this trip that they've worked hard on for the last year in conjunction with the Kashiwa Sister City organization, Kira. I have to say that Kira and our Sister City really pulled out the stops for the 50th anniversary of our Sister City program. The mayor of Kashiwa was exceedingly provided just tremendous hospitality to us, attended so many different events with us, really showed that they're committed to this Sister City program and the culture exchange that comes with it, with the exchange of our students every year. Our students go to Kashiwa and their students come here to Torrance. It's a fabulous program, and I sure hope, as it was said many times during the visit, that continues on for another 50 years and more. It's a tremendous program that more people should be involved with. It's a great program. So thank you for providing us a great trip. Also want to announce, I can't believe it's already the holiday season. This coming Saturday, November 4th, 2023, the Senior Citizens Holiday Arts and Crafts Sale will be held here locally at the Ken Miller Recreation Center from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. All the items for sale are handcrafted by senior citizens in our community, and it's a great opportunity for you to find that one-of-a-kind gift item for the holidays. So yeah, it's that time of year already. So that's all I have. Wish everybody a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Kalani, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You did a great job. appreciate your leadership tonight. I too want to thank the Torrance Sister City Association and Kira. And if my host family is watching, thank you, arigato, for your generosity and hospitality. I also want to give a shout out to our new friends in South Korea. On another note, your Torrance Theater Company's Dangerous Corners is a thriller of secret passions and lies. Tickets are available October 19th through October 22nd, and again October 26th through October 28th at 1316 Cabrillo Avenue in downtown Torrance. So please go to www.torrancetheatercompany.com to get your tickets. Come early, enjoy dinner at one of the wonderful downtown restaurants. Also, I just want to mention that Councilmember Lewis and I are in pink tonight in recognition of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This is a national event. It's annually held internationally, as well as a health campaign organized by major breast cancer charities every October to increase awareness of the disease. So go and get tested. Early detection saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji, please.
I already said something, but yeah, thank you for your chairing the meeting tonight. You did a great job.
That's why I gave you a second chance.
You can pay me later. I also had a great time traveling with the council and also the Sister City Association in Kashiwa. Our trip to Hwaseong, South Korea was an eye-opener. That city has over 1 million residents, and the industries that are in their area, as mentioned by Member Matucci, the Kia plant and other companies, including Hamni Pharmaceutical, are world-class. So I'm hopeful that with their business community, their Chamber of Commerce and Industry, that we'll be able to forge new ties with our Torrance companies and businesses, and that should result in new investment and business. Thank you.
Thank you all. A couple of comments from me. First of all, I want to congratulate Mr. Aram Chaparin on your 3 years of being city manager. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you for your leadership. Yeah. Okay, warning for you guys. No, I'm just kidding. The second thing, I also want to thank the staff doing a great job for planning the trip to Kashiwa and Hwaseong, Korea, South Korea. Great planning. I was very impressed for the entire trip. It was a lot of hard work. It showed. However, I have little ambiguity about the sister city. What we need to define and clarify in the future no, Kashiwa was sister city. Yes, Kashiwa was sister city, so I like to understand and get more clarity on understanding what the role is for sister city and also for the friendship city. Otherwise, that was a great trip, and hopefully we bring some businesses here. And that's it for me. Now it's time for a closed session. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, as we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of the meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. I'd like a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, before we wrap, I just want to report there's no items to report from closed session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Adam Chaparrian, City Manager.
Thank you, sir. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, October 24th, 2023 at 5 p.m. for closed session with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in the council chamber.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Chen absent.